Okay, that should be that sort. I should also have it now sorted so that if it does drop, we should still be good. Maybe. Okay, let's continue. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. It is hardly this Schola progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. This one. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the von Valancius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Okay. So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in the dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches? If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. It doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. No, not that one. When the heretics who killed you... Yep, when the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command, I fought, and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. You heard the rogue traitor. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It is hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly, then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and the servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Yeah. Whoa. What the... Right. What's next on the agenda? Completed that. So we need to do all these things. So I take it, go to here. Yup. Let's go. This. What we have here, Lord Captain. It is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose, but it's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there is an incoming transmission now too. Hear us? Do not require assistance. Do not require assistance. Sounds like they require assistance. They'll pass us by, won't they? Roar. Texts. Lord Captain, I am told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of this vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Rakada Villa colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Establish communications. Yes, Lord Captain. The connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. Do not tell. Tell him. We are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private merchant vessel. A merchant vessel, of course they are. My damn stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang? Damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? The Valks responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. You manage to make out little from all this noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and open fire. Merkel could get away, Emperor protected. And then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help. We never got to them. Why can't we identify you? Why? I don't know. What if... Certainly not. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you. Merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Thunderfang, now stop playing games and explain again what you forgot in the area. And this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiot? It is too late now. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot. On a different business. To help our own. Out of jail. Do not hurt. Please. We already had our Chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of goods. Pirates. In case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assemble of several dozen pirate factions in the Chronos Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you, although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions. The Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially when jumping to warp is possible. Sure, let's see what they have to offer. Whoa! Wait, how the fuck does this work? If I want this, yes. Flamer could be cool. Okay. Oh, tradable. The fuck? I have no idea what the hell I'm doing here. Outloading cargo to merchants improves their reputation with the faction. However, all loot inside of that cargo will be lost. I don't. Do not trade them. Say that? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, figured out. Just click on it. Right. Okay. And let's go here first. Next, did I say? Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Uruk 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The officers from the Augur crew perform a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off the most of the radiance. Boo. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means that the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators heralds ignoring us? I will negotiate personally. I'm sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader, and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Then we shall dock. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely and may the God Emperor light your path. Understood, mate. Scan. Me? You can have up to 6 people with you, that's pretty cool. Well, this don't look good.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
The hell's going on here? The fuck? Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. What up? Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Aaron Dusk von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Cronus expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on this station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In that case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Beside you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this peace. So, you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uric 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say that you are not on the guest list. What is happening on this station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Uric 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone. But waste no more of my precious time. I still have questions considering the situation. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Why did you not respond to the messages from ragged Minoros. I've already said that Uruk 5 is Sarasakt. It is the holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because the traders had disabled our equipment. The station is in a deplorable state. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems. But the only precious thing aboard this station is Lady Cassia's life. Everything else is futile and can easily be replenished. Tell me about your mistress. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress. Whether with her retinue or the outsiders, she will tell you about herself personally. If she feels like it, that is. Assuming that she survives. I am begging you to not waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. Okay. What kind of help do you want me to do? I would never ask of you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orcelio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator, machine spirit. I have one part and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. And how would I remake the control rod? I have psychilactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house and in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. Why should I help? You came to this station for a reason. House Orcelio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an arrangement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main incognitor is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. That makes sense. So you've decided, descendant of the Von Valancius line? It will be an honor to say, Yeah, it will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. You should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick her wounds. Good luck, rogue trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you. Okay. Yeah, I can jump over here.
Who thought that was a good idea?
I will lead us to fortune.
Did I mention that my...
Fate and fortune favor
How may I serve the dynasty?
I know how to take risks. I will lead us to fortune.
Control A.
Lesson learned.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Wait, what? Why have we paused? Oh god. Traps.
Look no further.
The Emperor sets my path.
Should I divine our next step?
I have a nose for profit and the taste for adventure.
Over there!
Never doubt me.
Rush not dawdle. I always get the job done.
Oh god. Yep. Oh. House Orcelio.
I'll make an example out of you.
Purge them!
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Analyze.
On it. Anything else?
Stop.
Oh man, they can hit us.
Just a minor setback.
enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, for fuck.
I'll do it.
Shit, I fucked that. Big time.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. My ears are ringing. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Oh shit.
I'll be back
Done!
in no time.
I will avenge you.
Yeah, got it.
But of course, what an unfortunate turn of fate.
Get that bitch.
Will do.
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature. I'll make it happen. Who, if not me?
Shit. Fuck that again.
I refuse.
My faith shields me! Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act. Nothing.
There is movement in the Empyrean. On it.
Take out this guy.
Be gone. Will do. Anything else?
I'm ready for whatever comes. Another enemy down.
Hey. Slowly recovering.
I'll see to it personally.
They just friendly fired some guy.
I'll brush this off.
Guided by faith.
Is that even gonna reach?
Fabricated.
Yes. Holy shit. That was cool.
Just need to tough it out.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. But of course, will do. Anything else?
That's really all we can do for her.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally.
Fucking missing? Suck my ass.
I won't compromise my principles.
Blessed are those who sacrifice for the Imperium. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. You, my Emperor!
What is this foreboding? Was that you? Or...
I need your aegis, O Emperor. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Let's go. Whoa.
Doubt is for the weak. Power resides in the will of the righteous.
I have also fucked that.
So that's
I
what
mean-
that feeling was about.
Okay.
I know what is to come. On it.
Okay, we got fucked up.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
I know how to take risks. My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Ooh.
That's how it's done.
Okay. Okay. Mutated flesh.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
gun in my right hand is fucking huge. Look at that bitch. There you go. This way? Okay. This one?
See, right there. The Emperor
Is there money
favors
to
me
be made?
today.
Flesh.
I always
This
have a
ocular
backup
income
plan.
was a worthwhile investment. Idira, stop castigating yourself. Your soothsayings have always been vague. Even if you had her, who among us would have realized that it was Lady Theodora who was in peril?
This?
Success is the only outcome I accept.
I better myself through my service.
Nice. Screams. Uh-oh. This guy's going nuts. Oh. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I ain't looking into that kind of stuff right now. They all dead. Tank.
I'll learn from this mistake.
Let's keep trying this. goes. That looks like a whole bunch of gas in here. Okay.
Just as I planned.
There we go. Gib. Ooh, a sniper. That could be cool.
I always get the job done.
Yeah, that works. Give her a sniper. Shotgun is secondary. Ooh. These twisted influences found its way into the station. Yeah.
I always keep my options open.
Awaken the spirit. Am I meant to do that? Sure. Data. Okay. Salmon log. Breakthrough. We got it. Traces it. Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald has not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that? Open all doors? Ruh-roh. I don't know what I just did. This door open now? Nice. Main elevator. Activate. Don't want to do that, do we? Don't think so. Ooh. Sure.
Keep your wits about you.
The fuck? Heresy.
That's how it's done.
God, what they been doing here? Oh no. A puzzle? What's this guy saying? Tissue. Should... Can I not scroll? Should remind the terrorists to deliver a secret mechanism into Magos Dictus. $41. So this one. Adamantite dust and black water.
What do we have here?
Okay. Turn it on. Oops. Did I do it? Yeah, I did it.
Let us not dawdle.
Easy puzzle. Jump.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator? Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost the mistress her life. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they all fall at the slightest touch. But one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more. I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say the tearing off the masks is your concern. I have no idea what the fuck you said. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, psyker. Well, I have questions. Who is the child reported in the documents? You meddled with something you should not have left alone. The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia, for the commoner's dirty mouse must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for our servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. What the fuck did I just do? Yes, most corpses I found were unarmed or feeble. Did you really think that mere servants could plan a coup? Senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttle, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems, too many things required special access. Access only available to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you were aware, there were 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Arcelio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Acacia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Uruk 5 and their noble line. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station's systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Yes, which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or... You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who was going out his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor, you will keep those slanderous accusations to yourself. I listened to a re-recording of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient towards them, purposely neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. Madmen I fought were convinced we were the traitors. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared raise their hand against the scions of the noble bloodline? Yeah, quit lying, bruh. I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms? An ally of Trysophone and her monster? The accursed child who tormented the navigators of House Orstellio for years. Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. What are you talking about? You do not? In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception and my earlier behavior. I have no intention of making an enemy of von Valancia's heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orselio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Trysophone that is terrifying. She is a monster whose powers drive servants insane in mere turns. A cursed child who can kill a navigator from the Orselio bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. Yeah, I'll take the cursed child off your hands. How about that? You do not understand. This is... You are correct. This may work. It certainly is possible. You're going to need this charm. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede. You will be able to take her and leave the station. I think that's a good choice. A pale figure with unnaturedly long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continuously streams from her scarlet, misted eyes, her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously as you approach. Excuse me. Ugh, bloody hell. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire calm shudders in terror. Flashes of past-warped nightmares re-emerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Ow, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. What I need. Heresy! Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? Aaron Dusk von Valancius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pardon my manners, Aaron Dusk. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as through the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from him. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you, sacred child? Throne preserve. Despite his vulnerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Ocelio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Oh, don't do that, man. That'd be bad. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a grave offense. Esteemed, whoever you are. Yeah, at present I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. I'll grant you that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Velik's service. So who are you? Aaron Dusk von Valancius, rogue trader. Yeah. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Ocelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You must make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. Yeah, what's happening to everyone in here? Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Trysophone, for she is the heir of House Ocelio. My nose is itchy. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft. You say, mate? service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto. Acting head of House Orcelio in the Cronus Expanse, rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything that we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her soldiers. I want to know what happened between you and Felek. Felek is my wayward student. He came to Uruk 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and trusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me. But he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to prevent centuries long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novators, Trysophone, Orcelio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his minds. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novitor's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. And did you expect to die? My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felek inflicted in my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. I could give you help? No, I am a keeper of Uruk 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. If Felix said that the child is a monster, do you believe him? After everything he has done to the station? Felix only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins in his blood-stained hands. Do not besmirch Lady Cassia's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature on this entire station. Okay, I made my decision. I want to take Cassia. But I don't want to kill this guy. Oh, I can't save scum. My decisions. Shit. This one. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Orselio's heir will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from Velik's navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. Well, we leveled up, so I'm doing that first. Potentially that. That one. This one. Characteristic. Let's do ballistic skill. He's an operative. Huh. Sure. Do perception. Ballistic skill? Sure. Athletics, I think. That. That one.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Come. Killed them.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
You dare cross the faithful?
You dare?
That is not the Emperor's will. I refuse.
I don't have line of sight.
This is unacceptable. I'll do it.
Will do. Not this Scryer's job. But of course.
Oh man, he dead.
On it.
Death to the heretics!
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Get whacked.
You avert your eyes. When will you see this?
Swam.
Victory is imminent.
Wham.
Stop it!
Watch where you're shooting.
Reduced to dust!
Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak.
Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate. Was that you? Or... On it!
Get him, field mold.
High momentum.
Who, if not me?
If I can get shot off.
I will not.
Fuck.
Let's make some opportunities.
To the heretics!
Brace yourself.
Good shot that. Fuck.
At your beck and call. One for the target. Indeed. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Guided by faith.
Pew.
Eradicated.
No, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before. What are you going to do to me?
Yes.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Your Act 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
We need people.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Turned out well, just saying. Ooh. She's also playable.
That wasn't so difficult.
He's an officer. Like me. Willpower? Nimble? That. Deception? Sure.
I
Fortune.
always have a backup plan.
Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communication ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the Road Trigger. Leave us. Oh, of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then lowering her lashes slightly turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impenetrable walls of Uruk 5, long before we ever met. It truly is you, Iron Dusk, the person who the whole Expanse and Calyx sector is talking about now. And now, a rogue trader as well? After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably, and did not exploit me in my wretched position. For that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uve served on the station more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. What does this ritual entail? I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. After that, I use the House Orcelio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the gilded thread, guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. Why you don't like red, bruh? Uve will give his blood before the ritual, as always. What the? I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Alright, fair enough. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Okie dokie. The Volkscaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and a metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of Lady Navigator breaks the silence. Initiation, communication, ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in a fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard of the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Cassia, are you alright? Soul-shredding screams drown out the Fox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush. Only draws me onward. The way is blocked. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ships housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need for me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report the condition on the station Yurik 5. Had you opted to begin your visit at the Rykid system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Fucking gather any components that may be of use on the ship. I think that's good. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engine seer prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Henriks von Kolox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Uric 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. Thank you, Victus. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Scan. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Maybe. What's up, lady?
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
See, you were fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Uric 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
The events that took place on Urek 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
I hope you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
What? I didn't mean to be insulting.
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Yeah, familiarity is good. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of the navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one that is used to how she looks. Yeah.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
Why wouldn't I?
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Falcon mutant, just saying.
Lord Captain? So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words. Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urek 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Yeah, my own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Hit her with the riz.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Ah, shit. We have Elriz. Oh, fuck. Can I load? Fucked it. What the hell? Okay. Did 500 crits by reloading a save. That's right. Shit. Skippers. We've already read all this stuff.
Lord Captain, my apologies, Oh. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although, one should not underestimate the No, it is not... There are Lord Captain? At the same time, I find Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private.
Let's do this one
When I
instead.
found this place, it was so full of officers. Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual
Now that's
and
a
prepare
bear.
the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Anytime.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
I think she likes me.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Yes.
You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain. Hardly. According to the chronicles of the House, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures. My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have any friends?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Yeah.
With life? Ugh, if only you could take my place and watch this kaleidoscope. Every voice is a flash of color. Every conversation a shimmering glow. Every argument is an unstoppable swirl of gaudy splotches. The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Yeah. Raise her up.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
Cannot help it.
Lord Captain, what do you think you are doing? Saying such a thing to someone with whom you are barely acquainted? It is outrageous. It's obscene. You should better familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn how one ought to behave around a lady.
Oops.
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. A soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete. The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world. You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain. As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them. Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy. Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she is.
So, says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
Something else.
By all means.
Does your sight feel?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain? Right here? Are you sure?
We have a relationship going?
Of course. Let us turn from personal
Hell
matters
yeah.
to more pressing concerns. I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Greetings.
Don't believe we've spoken to Idira yet. Probably should. Idira.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention. It wasn't...
Go on.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
Alright, fair enough.
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time. Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I got that a sudden, I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Van Valancius dynasty.
Ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Ooh.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Tell me a story.
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Oh, that's a big story.
So, we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall.
What's up,
and
Jack?
pushed it
I'm
off
doing
into
good.
Open space so it would head off toward the local star.
Hope you're doing good too. What's it like being a psyker? I mean, but a weird question to ask, suggesting I'm also a psyker, but sure.
You could ask yourself that question, eh, Lord Captain?
Exactly. No, I haven't hit affiliate. Not yet. Only just started getting back into streaming, and I don't have a schedule, so makes things a bit tough. But yeah. Glad you came along, I guess. It's cool.
Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Thanks for the follow. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds very suspect, but sure. Just know I ain't dumb. Sure.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you. Hmm? Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
Yeah, I'll check it out. My Discord is Duskhound, same as my Twitch channel, without the YT at the end. Sure, you can contact me there if you want.
Chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the path of his true lord?
Yeah, that's cool, dude. Yep. Yep. Appreciate you hanging around as well.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But
Yeah,
for now...
sure, you can post that. Or DM it to me on Discord. And I'll have a look at it. Oh, alright. Cool. Augury. Augury?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
You could also just send me a whisper on Twitch if you want to do it that way. Did you know Theodora well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked.
Count made today. Yeah.
It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that
That's
she's
very suspect,
gone.
just saying.
Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them.
Just know.
I still think I can hear her
Trying some
voice.
shit. I'll have fun. That's all I'll say there.
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Fucking Twitch is weird these days, man. Yeah.
Of course.
How does it look suspect? Because the account was made just today. Or it was made just over a month ago. Or whatever. There's multiple different reasons. But when it's a fresh account, and some random guy just told you to add it up, that's like textbook, first page, first line, suspect. I mean, I added it up, though. You lost your old account, that's why. Alright, fair enough. What other games do I play? Bit Destiny. Call of Duty. Single player games such as Remnant, Baldur's Gate. Back in the day, a lot of fucking Skyrim, Fallout 4, Bethesda games, a bit Starfield, played a little bit of that. Haven't played too much of that though. Too much loading screens. Play a bunch of shit. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wersarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Who knew? This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. A Varela Vent. Okay. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrila Vent, requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will hear what you have to say. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. I am convinced that the step is unwarranted, and that this crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wersarian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks. Because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Where does he come into this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal were saying. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors, it has driven the people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4, to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard? I see no need to add anything. I acted with the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. And how did this start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found the cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. You see, what is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to the clans of general labourers. They are not as valuable to the ship as families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now more besides given succor to cultists and minions of the arch enemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again. If the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh, and another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there is a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Yeah, I'm sure he had his authority, but I'll check it out myself. Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. Yeah. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Sure, bud. Sure, buddy. I got plenty of room. Alright.
Is there money to be made?
Oi. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Let's keep moving.
Keep your wits about you.
It's loot. Give. A lot of elves around.
Dawdle. Always keep your eye on the price.
Shit. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vend of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer, and judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge this sector. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck, my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Your Lordship. What is the situation? Your Lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. I wish to speak to them. Right as you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck.
I always keep my options open.
A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation. From the barely discernible, to the strange, to the outright grotesque. Lord Captain, ye have come down to us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They are looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to the whole base for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. It's all true. Bent is the only officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks, and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling towards us. Your lordship, we are no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace, without being harassed. Anything to add? I authorized the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Nonetheless, I am certain their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. What are the changes you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been the leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things down here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down our necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day is out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies and we'll talk to them. One lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Thoughts? The story about scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the arch enemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. That does not mean they are not tainted corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I've seen it before. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no order. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we'll consider the rest. Old man, listen, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need that. You two are ganging up on me. Is that it? So brave you are against an old woman, but I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against two clan leaders or on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic, Lord Captain. We're all agreed. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your Lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, Your Lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned.
I always
Speech
have a backup
100.
plan. Keep your wits about you.
I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Alright, fair enough. Wait, what? Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valancia's protectorate? There is some truth to your criticism. I should say so. You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself, had you not decided to intervene. Remember Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever let one slip her throat on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to the grand designs of the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Yeah, the situation was out of your control. You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valancia's protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds, they create order out of anarchy. The creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I came from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all that with all the concerns that she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the investment of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years begun to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you. To find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. It's a lot of reading. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora's gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Yes, Lord Captain. Your resolve is admirable. It demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. I leveled up. Go for biomancy. A little bit of strength so we can use that other revolver. I think that's good. Yeah, let's do that instead. Now let's take biomancy. Let's stick with that decision. Toughness. Weapon skill. New weapon skill. That sounds pretty good. Yeah. we go. Raid. All right. Let's go to Rykat Minoros. As the ship makes its way through the star system, strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyes grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. What row? What row? What the hell? You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not, you are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Voigtfir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. Sword. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Never! Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. Oh no. You awaken from the vision kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what has just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaken hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. Read. Cronus Expanse is vast regional space where you will travel between different star stations, and in each system, each unique events can occur. By steering your flagship towards them, you can explore planets, study anomalies, and interact with other ships. To switch to the map of the Cronus Expanse, click the button to the right and it will be okay, got it. Starport. We're going in! Gotta level up all my other guys too. What the hell is going on here? Starport greets you with the din of ordnance, and the smell of explosives tickles your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at who. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown. The rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it. And on a shuttle like that, where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? Grab 'em, lads, we've got ourselves a rebel landing force. By the Holy Throne, what is this mess? They're in a tough spot, old man, go easy on them. You must be mistaken. I'm the rogue trader of the House von Valancius. Soldier grows more and more pale with every word you say. As soon as you are done speaking, he falls to his knees. My mistake, your lordship. Didn't recognize you, sir. Please pardon my blunder. It's a bloodbath in here. A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lass Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? What is going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, then it went up to the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, arsenals, the mag train stations. Then Felix tore off his mask. Precisely he knew about the trouble precisely because he knew about the trouble on Rykid Minoros. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. You may continue your report, peasant. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to the satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rykid Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute. What caused this rebellion? Ill thoughts, sir. We've fallen on hard times. The ground keeps shaking. Things keep exploding. The people are scared. They've all forgotten about their duty. And that's when those, Emperor forgive me, preachers came. They started riling everyone up, sure enough. We shot a few. But they just kept coming. More and more of them. You're doing fine work, Marglar. So are your troops. People like you that hold the Imperium together. I live to serve. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? I don't know, sir. There definitely hasn't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters, your lordship, sir. Going to see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there is absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. Ugh. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them and wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters. They better send out the convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulettes won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head round these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. I will see that your heroism is noted. You will hear rumors. Cool. Loot.
Is there money to be made?
Loot. Let's level these guys up. This. Logic. acoustics is locked. Willpower? Sure. Nah. Yes. do that.
Always keep your eye on the prize. I'll make an example out of you!
Show them no
Yeah.
mercy.
Start.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer. I will endure.
Anything else? Cover me! I'm not so sure.
But of course.
Bollocks.
Was that you? Or...
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may. No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
Ouch.
From the ashes, I will rise.
Oh, shit. Ugh. Oh, man.
At your beck and call.
Maybe if we did.
I'll see to it personally.
Oh shit, that fucking sneezes made my eyes water.
Follow my lead. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
Bam.
It will be done.
Bang. Bro.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated. I'm going to the Emperor's light, for I am his chosen.
This sacrifice will forge our way to victory. Time to prove my mettle.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. On it. Anything else?
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? If you insist, look.
Bam.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
But of course.
I'll make it happen. I refuse. It's as good as done.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Whoa, 42 damage. Very nice.
Indeed. I'll revert to more conservative tactics.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Was that you? Or... Will do. On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Nice.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
The hell? There are a bunch of blind people.
Just as I planned.
You unharmed? All thanks to you, my lord. Those blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming everyone that get their hands on and scorching their eyes. They leave the poor sods stricken mad by pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense, it's heresy. Actual heresy, because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob get hold of him and carried him from his post to off to who knows where. Who are you? Lucky Jaspar, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders. And what are you doing on your own? Following Governor Medina's special instructions, namely, thanks for the follow, Sasha. Oh, right. It's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it. Yeah, I'm a rogue trader. Hello, hello. A rogue trader. After casting a quick glance over your gear, he nods in understanding. Oh, so you must be from House von Valancia's ship. Starport's Augur surveillance station reported that it had detected your ship entering the system. Then you heaved to send a shuttle to another unidentified ship, a very strange one at that, and then that ship departed. But the Augur surveillance station's reports are not to be disclosed to third parties. But you know that already, don't you? Well, alright, if you're a rogue trader, I'll tell you everything. Have you heard of any Inquisition dudes? I have, but I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. What? Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. You really won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. Those rebels are strange. We would have easily quelled a normal riot. We're not some commoners, we're Rykadaeans, the naval elite of House Winterscale. But those people, they're vicious, they know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise, it's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is two-faced. Is some two-faced Aurora. You can see into the future. Now she is the real danger. She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright right now that the Lord Captain is involved. Why'd they send you here? I'm supposed to deliver the updated Vox codes and, how should I put it, assess the situation. The planet is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our VoxNet, and they're now eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hollowed electrodynamic Canobium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Rakadai Philia. The prison planetoid, Uruk 5 station is silent, although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or the captain here who could give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon. There's something else. More secrets. It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel Vekari, the esteemed Eve Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports come from Rakai Philia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here, and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back, and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out the sky. I want to find a place that's high up, Set up a Voxcaster there and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off, don't try to land. I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me, and as I was running, I tripped and broke the caster. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. That is why all the members of a Void Ship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there is always a danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. I hope she's fine. The Emperor protects, my lord. If someone you love is in trouble right now, may he protect them too. Who is Yvain Winterscale? The esteemed and honorable scion of the blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rykad system, at the behest of his illustrious father or grandfather or uncle, well, his illustrious relative. Lord Yvain took up residence on Rykad Minoris. You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him ruler of our world. Lord Yvain is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. Then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled. Tell me about the Uruk 5. There's not much anyone could tell you about it. The station belongs to the Navis Nobilite themselves. Emperor knows what they do up there, or who even lives there. They scorn ordinary folk. The only person they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Yvain Winterscale. Well, I've already been there, mate. That place is creepy. They say they order shuttles with servants from Rykad Minoris on a regular basis. I guess they're too important up there to change filters and clean compartments themselves, huh? Except I've never met anyone who has served there. It's like no one ever comes back. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause. Servant and Navigator House, and therefore all of the Imperium. It's a high honor, one that few could bear. Only now does Jaspar notice Cassia. His eyes go wide with fear. He opens and closes his mouth a few times helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Instead, he just nods. I have no questions. It was my pleasure to be of service to you, my lord. It's been nice to chat to someone normal. I will take my leave. You're right. We shouldn't stay here or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a safe place and watch the sky for any landed shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lord. You'll...
I always keep my options open. You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Crush them!
Yes.
Refuse me!
Ouch.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Painted black. If I may.
Anything else? But of course.
Was that you?
I'll make it happen.
Son of a bitch.
I won't compromise my principles.
Ow.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! This is why I was chosen!
Shit.
My passion and whistlers getting louder.
Don't leave us. That's an order.
My place is at the fore. It will be done.
Slash.
I took care of this.
Slash.
Victory is imminent.
Uh-oh.
Cold embrace of death. Our Emperor, deliver us.
Someone.
Who wants some more?
I've suffered worse.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. As duty demands. I'm afraid not.
I might be fucked here.
Don't frighten me. My house needs me. I can't die.
In our ranks!
Oh, man.
Dead yet.
Well. I started a romance. No way. Oh, fuck. Brought me back a little bit, is it? Skipper. Sure. Thank you for the follow, Gary Gannon. Much appreciated. Sure. Save.
Let us not dawdle. I'll make an example out of you.
Yeah.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Stop mocking me. Anything else? On it. Anything else? Was that you? Or
Shit.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Ow.
On it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Another foe painted black. Deliver us!
I will do my duty.
Oh.
At your beck and call.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh.
Just a minor setback.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me. Colors fail fading.
Another voice to join my choir? But of course. On it. Anything else?
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll make it happen. I'll see to it personally.
Time to prove my mettle. Reduced to dust. Indeed. I took care of this one. Victory is imminent.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak.
Phew.
Keep your wits about you. I always have a backup plan. You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
I will take you down.
Boom. It.
Flinch.
Was that you? Or...
Will do. Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh man, that's not good.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I'll make it happen. It's as good as done. Who, if not me? Your end was inevitable.
My ears are ringing. A tactically sound approach.
Oh.
I will do my duty.
Uh-oh.
But of course.
I know what is to come.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. Is a prayer.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
How did that hit no one? It was actual bullshit.
Here's my perfect moment.
Me? I am a navigator.
I refuse.
It will be done. One fewer target. Indeed.
Whispers called to me. Be gone. On it.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll see to it personally. I won't compromise my principles. On it. I'll make it happen.
High momentum.
Hey, we got it done. A lot of knives.
What a peculiar thing.
Cast your eye there. Pay attention. Never doubt me. The Emperor favors me today. Duty prevails.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Let those who know it find it, and let their enemies weep not.
Kevin, fall back!
Ooh.
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued. Not another step. Flee, for I am death.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ugh, blast it!
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation.
That is true.
The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers. I identify as Magos Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orcelio's star charts in the Furibundus system, not far from the void colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
This was my doing.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
Cool.
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and wait to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
Yeah, join me.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Oh. He's an operative as well. Got a lot of weapon skill. Sure.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust. Always keep your eye on the prize. This could be an opportunity.
Abelard, I've been meaning to ask. How are you keeping it together so well? Don't you ever feel awful without her?
Enough, Tlas. We have a duty to the new rogue trader. You would do well to focus on that. If you keep your mind busy, you will have less opportunity to fill it with awful things.
I always keep my options open. Is there money to be made?
Logic.
Operation successful.
Make an example out of you!
Crush him!
Oh man.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'll see to it personally.
hell?
I'll make it happen.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
Help me, Lord Captain!
Help. Fucking wild.
Will do.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done.
Wow.
At your beck and call.
As the tactical imperative dictates. My vow is to serve. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Fucking. What is this shit? Streets. That's pretty cool. The loot you missed from bodies pops up as you leave areas.
I always have a backup plan.
Your Lordship. Private Camille Regius, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in heavy fighting against these rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel force was destroyed as well. We can set out for the command center. You stole that uniform, Apologies, Your Lordship. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, so we often get issued whatever's left, and it isn't always the right size. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You're hiding something behind the beaming hues of faith and loyalty. What is it? Fear, I guess. In time like these, if you give in to weakness, you're done for. And I'm not done with life just yet. How did you make it out alive? The Emperor protected me. I didn't run, Your Lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us, but alas, the captain succumbed to his wounds, and the others had already died. The Emperor rest their souls. What can you tell me about the insurgency? The ungrateful rabble rose in rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship Kalos Winterscale, a ruler by the will of the Empire. They are all heretics deserving of a most terrible death. Order will be restored. The guilty will be punished. Alright, let's go. Yes, Your Lordship. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command center. It's a short walk.
Keep your wits about you.
Over there.
Yoink.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I did it.
The remains of my squad. Once we put down the rebellion, they'll be given the last honors they deserve as soldiers, fallen in a righteous battle. Battlefield does look highly suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had the chance to draw their weapons. And the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take, and how large it would be. The enemy smart as cunning. Perhaps they were watching us. I must report this to the governor. Yeah, I swear, Your Lordship. I may have gotten a few things mixed up from inexperience, but that's why they don't add up. Please, let's walk to the governor's command center. I must carry out my orders. Once we get there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me if you wish. I'm a loyal soldier, and that's the truth. Do not believe him, Lord Captain. Pale green is seeping from his every word, and I know this color of deceit well. I once mistook Felix's words, so humble and full of sweetness, for sincerity. In truth, they will poison. Fine. Of course, Your Lordship. Please, let's make a move. Sooner we get there, the better.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Well,
I always keep my options open. Always keep your eye on the prize.
please follow me. Ah, shit. Didn't see this one coming.
Beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Show them no mercy!
If I may, another fire painted blood. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Nothing escapes my sight. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's
boom.
judgment.
Ah! Fire!
What is this foreboding? Well. Was that you? Or...
Oh shit, there's a mole.
I'll see to it personally.
I
It's
think I
as
could
good as
reach.
done.
Yeah, at least one
Me?
guy.
If you insist, Lord, try to die with grace at least.
Follow my lead. It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Schmooshed.
High momentum. Activate calculated fury algorithm. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Shit, there's even more.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may. Isn't this this a job for the serfs?
Pain cleanses the body. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Anything else? Be gone!
Swooshed.
Accept your lot.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Who if not me? My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Doubt is for the weak.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Request approved. Running binary override.
Ew.
Trial.
Another fur painted left. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I will endure. I better myself through my service.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. guided by faith. Cover me. But of course.
I'll make it happen. On it.
That is not my destiny. No can do.
Shit.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I'll paint your death in colors.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! Faith without deed eradicated.
Bam!
Rejoice in battle!
I'll do it.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Anything else? Was that you? Or...
No.
I refuse. I won't compromise my principles. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I'll make it happen.
Your victory means nothing. Aurora will come for you, and even if she doesn't, no one will escape the final dawn. Updating data catalog. The characteristic tendency of the planetary defense forces of Micrad Minoris to run into ambushes is not a consequence of chance or negligence. It can only be explained as some twisted variation of combat tactics. This phenomenon is depressing. No, your entire convoy's gone. I took that whining pup Camille's uniform. 6 months with the governor's underlings taught me their ways. I had no trouble posing as one of them. I had to make sure you scum didn't decide to turn around and fly home, instead of walking straight into the ambush. Don't let it go to your head. that you took us down. My comrades are many, and they are coming for you. And if they are not, anyway, you'll see for yourself. Aurora is the hidden truth. No one is worthy of seeing her face, but those who are loyal to her will stand by her side at the hour of the final dawn. That will consume all. They will, but not you. You are an enemy of Aurora, and so you will be vanquished. Bang! Take my soul, Aurora. Flamer. Yes. 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 That one. definitely. Sure. Cool.
Let us not dawdle.
Whoa.
Upstart!
If I may? Clad in scarlet.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And mere pain won't stop me.
On it.
It's as good as done.
The undesired function successfully terminated.
I like it.
Victory is imminent. Indeed. One fewer target.
Get fucked.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I refuse. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak.
Anything else?
Get fucked. Thank you for the follow, path you got 40 minutes ago. I missed that. Today has been a day.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Double chain. Sure.
I always have a backup plan.
Collect all. Leave. Duh.
I'll make an example out of you.
The Masters demand your death!
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh, bollocks.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
What is this foreboding? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I'll see to it your end was inevitable. On it. Another enemy down.
Oh.
Who, if not me?
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Some more!
Emperor, deliver us!
Whoa.
If I may.
I've suffered worse.
Ability analysis successful.
Get that shit out of this.
Yet iron knows no pain.
I know what is to come. But of course, farewell. Was that you? Or... On it.
Don't let your guard down. It's as good as done.
Why meet my final lesson?
Emperor, protect the fallen.
Whoopsie daisies.
I'll see to it personally.
Not my worst day. Oh, yet.
Why did I not foresee this?
That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Time to prove my mettle. My place is at the fore. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate. Will do.
I'll make it happen. Your end was inevitable. On it. I'll make it happen.
Was that you? Or... On it.
I'll be back. In no time.
So that's what that feeling was about.
Doubt is for the weak. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
The sire condemns you. My vow is to
If only you knew what awaits you. But of course, be gone.
I'm ready for whatever comes. I'll see to it personally. Who, if not me? I'll see to it personally.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
reading damage to Volk.
Cover me! Anything else?
Fuck.
It's as good as done. Another enemy down.
My faith shields me. I'll do it. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
Suck my ass. What about that guy?
Don't you dare leave us now!
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Was farewell.
Let's make some opportunities.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
Oh, suck a dick.
On it.
High momentum.
Here's my perfect moment.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
There we go. Your eye is drawn to the peculiar device. At first you are vexed by worries of some pernicious influence, but the real reason soon becomes apparent. The glass installed in the device shimmers in a unique way, just the way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valancius's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in... By the Imperium Saints, it cannot be. I see it too. Whatever that thing is in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? What? It's a mistake, slander, meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the archenemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she had thought it would put her even one step ahead of anyone else in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood, but do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for your sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person. You see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the arch enemy, a person who has tainted themselves, thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why do you go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much whilst you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side even for a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset, you just gave up on her and moved on. It is too soon to cast accusations, even though it probably is, of heresy. Don't be naive. Theodora kept an unsanctioned witch by her side like a pet. Do you really believe she would think twice about crossing the line in other ways?
As it should be.
Yeah. Chainmail. Dick.
The machine god grants me insight.
This is intriguing. I won't let it define me.
Pain cleanses the body. Never doubt me.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Is there money to be made?
Collect. I really like that feature. That's really, really just nice. Ugh.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. You see half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence, others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping away every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Ireland. Look what you're doing to your own family. Take pity on us. Let us go. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight whilst you still believe the lie. Who are you? Why are you here? I'm the chief. My former name, Ireland, is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see it. Spare us. Spare your children. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of a colorful deception. Hues once twisted by despair and the Immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your king by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of the demagogic teaching that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. You cast your own children into the thrall of heresy to drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands. You've been torturing your own family in order to save them? You have been blinding them so that they could see truth? Those who lack faith cannot grasp the truth and will not be saved. Aurora, whoever that is, has exploited your naivety. Can't you see that you are causing nothing but suffering? But all I wanted was to save. There is no washing the blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go, Arlid, the ones you haven't mutilated yet. What happens to us now? Your family may go, and so may you, but make sure I do not see you again.
We should deal with this.
Duty prevails.
Speech 100.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Oh, my shoulder. Upgrade. Special ability. Finest hour, finest hour. You can restores one two. That's really good. That one. That one. That one. That's a pretty good one. Logic. Or awareness. That one. Logic? Sure.
Keep your wits about you.
Paisai Rakitbi at Madehaf Kronos, Governor of the Star System. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. Wasarian? Governor Mandaya. My greetings. Lady Navigator, what an honor. I never thought the House Orcelio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstance. House Orcelio is grateful for the support you have provided to Uric 5 these many years. I am not seeing that convoy I'd sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find you and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor who was personally executed by me. This is an outrage. I will have the personal vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It is only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House von Valancius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are the rogue traitor? My esteemed predecessor died at the hands of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. Rogue traitor von Valancius, slain? Unthinkable. Please accept my dearest and most sincere condolences, Your Lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation. Of course, Your Lordship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I will see to it personally that your ship's holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. Excellent, Your Lordship. A rogue traitor has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until I've dealt with the insurgency on this planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. Do you know where the Inquisitor is? I do. Master Van Collux has left for the hallowed electrodynamic Canibrium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I have already sent out a small detachment of reinforcements there. Unfortunately, right now you won't be able to leave the capital and set out to look for him. The rebels have got hold of some ancient weapon and made flying over the city impossible. I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. A sergeant who manages to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. My kinsman Conrad Volodkvir von Valancius has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in the system, I want him handed over to me. Volodkvir is a traitor? Why? Any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, we have a cognator here at the command center. It is connected to a data crypt from the Locust Abel Sanctum. It aggregated all the lexomechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something of Conrad's movements. I'd hazard he'd fled from you on a ship, not a pair of wings. Is that so? I'd like to hear your reasoning. The insurgents are using arch-enemies' artifacts. I've heard about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool could light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery. The rabble''s usual superstitions. I'm sure this Aurora is a charlatan Mutterling Dogra doll, which their dim followers think to be a magic spells. This does, of course, warrant their eventual burning in the furnace of penance, but it does not point to there being anything special about this insurgency. Well, they... Alright, whatever. Is there anything else I can do in this planet or system whilst I wait for the end of the revolt? If you'd like the distraction, a smaller and safer uprising to suppress at your leisure, there is a planetoid in my system called Rakadai Villa. It hosts a prison colony where the inmates rebelled at the same time as the heretics on this planet. It's an alright preposterous situation. It should have only taken us a couple of orbital shots to take care of them, but Yvain Winterscale went there. He is a relative of my Surazane, the great rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, the master of this system and a dozen others. I imagine the young Lord Winterscale is very eager to prove himself to his distinguished kinsman. I see no reason for him not to join you. It's a small planetoid. The prisoners' numbers are few, and they have little in the way of weapons. It's more of a sport for noble lords than a rebellion. Vain. One of his distant younger offspring, yes, that is as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Yvain Winterscale has made several diplomatic visits to Uruk V on behalf of his father. The Great Regent would never have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means no matter what happened on the planetoid, we must aid the Highborn. Tick. I'm way too tired to fucking read anymore. My throat is fucking killing me. I need to wrap up.
I always have a backup plan.
Did you want something?
Is there money to be made?
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. Always keep your eye on the prize. Keep your wits about you. Let us not dawdle.
Let us see what I found.
See? Right there. Cast your eye there. The Emperor favors me today.
Fucking hell.
I always have a backup plan. You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Anything else? Be gone!
Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a prayer.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
On it. Your end was inevitable. Our refuse.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Reduced to dust!
Advancing. Running binary by infinite value.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Not this Scryer's job. I'm not so sure. But of course.
Thanks for the follow, Dirtru. Appreciate it.
Can I fall back now?
Revert to more conservative tactics.
Another foe painted black.
High momentum.
I'll make it happen. You should feel honored to witness this!
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Anything else?
I don't need luck. I have strategy. Who if not me? I'll see to it personally.
Follow my lead. Victory is imminent.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Functions successfully terminated.
Was that you? Or...
They are fading.
I should have foretold that.
Oh, damn.
On it. It's as good as done.
A tactically sound approach.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Farewell.
Guided by faith! Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Son of a bitch.
The Omniscient condemns you.
Die! Die! Die!
Time to prove my mettle.
Why is it going in slow motion, bruh?
I'll make it happen.
It's bugged.
Who if not me?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, dodged 500 times. Hell yeah. I tell you what, I'm gonna drop a hard save here and just end it. I am fucking zonked. Right, it's been nice hanging out. It's been a fucking weird stream on the Twitch end, I'll tell you that fucking thing for free. But hey,